Everyone would take a seat. We will begin. First, I would like to note that Councilor Corey Branch is absent today and excused. Next, we have Richard Reed from Progressive Missionary Baptist Church here to do the invocation. Or maybe we don't. Is Pastor Reed here? Okay, we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe it is Mr. Melton, your turn? Okay. Please lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have recognition of special awards. I'm going to head to the Okay, so today we have Lindsay Saunders here, who's being appointed to the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board. Lindsay, will you come up? There you go. Oh, are you gonna come? Is that Mom?
No, it's
Vicky. Oh, it's Vicky. Hey, oh, sorry. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. And now, Ruffin Hall, you are up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure today to introduce a new awards recognition program for our employees. This was something that was brought up by Mayor Baldwin at a previous council meeting, asking for us to look at ways that we could recognize our employees. I'm going to ask Mary Vigue with Budget Management Services to come forward and explain that program to you, and then we'll have our first recipient.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're excited about this opportunity. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for your support. I want to go through, just like Ruffin mentioned, a quick overview of the program, how it morphed together, how we were quickly able to respond, what some of those steps are and the criteria we use, and then I will turn it back over to the city manager to announce our first winner. So just as an overview, the Employee Big Idea program provides employees a formal opportunity to gain organizational support. We began internally looking at this last summer as traditional gain sharing programs kind of went by the wayside. What was a way to reinvent and reinstitute one of those programs? So coming out of this, we developed a program that is now called our Employee Big Idea. It'll be a quarterly program. Within your agenda item is a more detailed memo that outlines that process. But just looking at it, an employee will submit an idea. There's a cross-departmental team that will review those submissions just to make sure they're complete, that it's a valid idea, that it's really within the city's purview to do. Those that have been selected will come in and pitch to the team. Think Shark Tank, just slightly friendlier. And then those applicants, some applicants may not be asked to come in and pitch. If from there, the committee will determine whether it is feasible or not feasible. If it's feasible, we really want to implement these ideas. It's important to have them, but it's also how do we provide support to the organization to implement them. So one of the things that we've done is that once we've identified those winners, we meet with the various departments that are affected, because these ideas can be outside of your department. That's the important thing, right? It's thinking outside of the box and not just in your current role. So we meet and talk to the department, talk about how do we implement this, what are the resources you need, and how do we move it forward. Some of the criteria that we use, that cross-departmental team looks at impact. Will it improve our customers, our residents, or our employee experience? Is our organization ready for it? The likelihood of success and acceptance, are we in the right place for it? And then stewardship. What are those resources we need to implement and sustain? Sometimes it's easy to implement, but the cost to sustain long-term can get heavy, and so we look at that. We also look at the actual effort to implement. What are the employees' times and resources? And then hopefully we look at what savings can be gained from the actual idea itself. And so we take all these things into consideration as the employee pitches and determines the award. So we have completed this for our first quarter, and so over the next couple months, we'll be bringing you several winners. Just wanted to announce that our latest quarter has opened, so I encourage all employees to go on CoreCon, think of those great ideas, and submit ideas so that we can invite you in for those pitches. On this note, I'll take any questions, and then otherwise I will turn it over to our city manager for our first winner.
Can supervisors and department heads also nominate employees? Or is it a self-nomination only?
It's usually a self-nomination, and it's more of submitting the idea itself. Now, if a department head or a supervisor has a great idea that they've heard from an employee, I would encourage them to encourage that employee to submit that idea. We'd also encourage teams to apply. That could be cross-departmental teams as well. But yeah, if a supervisor's heard of a great idea that came from an employee that's outside of their normal job, I would encourage them to have that employee submit.
Okay.
All right. Well, with that, I'd like to announce our first winner. It's my pleasure to announce Amy Farinelli as our first winner of the Employee Big Ideas program. Amy had an idea for what's called a city college that to help city employees educate and learn about other departments within the organization. So participants attend monthly department-led presentation to expand their knowledge of city and services outside their department. It's kind of on the neighborhood college model. It's a low-cost idea that builds employee networks, increases customer service, and enhances morale. And we were already started to work on implementing that idea through our human resources training and development team. So I'd just like to take a moment and give her the certificate and say thank you for Amy's big idea.
Where's the check? Wait, I wanted to photobomb that. Come on. Come on.
It'll be a little pose, but that's okay.
That's okay. Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking that and running with it, and congratulations being our first honoree. And we look forward to honoring and recognizing a member of our staff at each third meeting of the month. So I look forward to other ideas coming forward and encourage all of our employees to really get engaged and understand that this is one way that we want to recognize you publicly and with a small check for your efforts. So thank you.
Yes, I should have added, I'm sorry, I forgot. Each employee will receive a $500 check as recognition for their award, and Amy works within engineering services in the stormwater division, so we also hope to make sure we distribute that across the organization.
Thank you. Okay. So now we have the consent agenda. There are no items pulled. May I have a motion from somebody?
Motion to approve.
Second? I'll second. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Let's see, who will, okay, Mr. Bowers, thank you. And we're just setting public hearings here.
That's correct. So we'll start by reviewing what's currently on the agenda for February 4th, and it's a lot, and we're proposing some more. But you can, at your discretion, decide to shift any of these later, although I don't have any particular knowledge from the applicants as to whether they would have an opinion about that. So first item is rezoning Z4219, located at 5709, 5712, and 5716 Northwest Street. These are all single-family lots, and the purpose of this rezoning is to adjust the boundary of what's zone residential and what's zone conservation management. And for some of the members who may be less familiar with the CM district in our zoning code, it essentially is zoned on protected lands. It doesn't really permit anything to happen, and this is adjusting the boundary of the CM as it relates. As you can see, one of these lots is very significantly encumbered by the current CM boundary. And the Planning Commission reviewed this, had a unanimous vote to recommend approval, and we're recommending a public hearing date of February 4th.
Second.
Before we do that, Ken, how many items do we currently have on February 4th? Let's go through these items first and see if we can move some of these to March 3rd. Before we finalize that.
So, okay, so the next one is at 10805 Leesville Road. This is just outside of 540. And it's requested zone a little under 19 acres from R4 to R10 conditional use with a special highway overlay District 1. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. Recommended public hearing date is February 20th. Next item is 0 Page Road. This is a request to rezone just under 3 acres from rural residential to R6. The Northwest CAC has recommended approval 6-0, and the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval on a 6-1 vote. The recommended public hearing date for this is March 2nd because it's tied to a annexation hearing, which you also just approved on the consent. Rezoning Z619. Hello, hello. Thank you.
We can hear you now. Awesome.
Anyway, hopefully one of these will work. Z619, not David, but Davy, Harrington, Martin, and West Streets. You may recall this zoning, having seen it at the council table before. It was originally a request for DX20 with the shopfront frontage and conditions. This is the CAM Raleigh site. It was sent back to the Planning Commission to consider affordable housing conditions. Site that has gone to Planning Commission and is coming back to you with a recommendation to approve. Central CAC had previously voted on this 15-0 in favor if affordable housing was provided, and that condition is now part of the.
Several times. So can I have a motion for that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Is the Willow Run South Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. It would rezone 33 acres from R4 to R4 with the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. The text change was approved by City Council on September 3rd, and this would apply the standards of the text change to this neighborhood. Planning Commission reviewed this and recommended approval on a 5-1 vote. The North CAC recommended approval on a 24-4 vote, and we're recommending February 4th. This next item is a text change to zoning conditions. So this is, as a refresher, the TCZ is when existing conditional use district, but they are not changing the base district. And that is now processed as a text change due to some recent case law. This would amend the conditions associated with a zoning case from 2017. And the Planning Commission unanimously voted to recommend approval 7-0. The South CAC also recommended approval. And that's it. So this doesn't say, but this would also be a hearing for February 4th unless otherwise stated.
Okay, is anybody here the applicant for,
Thank you. Jim Joyce with the K&L Gates Law Firm. We're at 4350 Lassiter at North Hills Avenue. 300. I represent the applicant for Z42. This matter took maybe 5 minutes at Planning Commission. I know we've had some interest from buyers in those single-family lots. I do it in March, but I wouldn't expect it to be a significant imposition on the council's schedule. And I believe there are buyers who are waiting for those homes.
all right. Motion from someone for February 4th then?
So moved.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. What about Z4319? Wait until March 3rd. And I apologize for the microphones.
The applicant under Z43, the Leesville Road,
Yes.
and we'd certainly like to have it as soon as we can have it. February 4th, but February 20th is what Mr. Bowers indicated when he first expressed that. We'd love to have it in February. How about February 20th then? Okay. That's good.
What's the date? February?
February 18th.
You'd said. Maybe I misheard.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. That for February 4th as well, Mr. Bowers?
Page Road is actually for March 3, because it's tied to a annexation hearing that's already been calendared for March 3.
Okay, motion please. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Let's go. All right. We already did Z6.
Did we do Z42, the first one on the list?
Yes, that's February 4th.
I believe the next one is Z4619, which is the Willow Run NCOD.
So let's move that to March 3rd. Have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
All our mics are not working. We're all going to have to speak up because
Yeah, I can't hear when somebody's making a motion. I can't hear you.
Sorry, Gail. Love you.
Now we have text change 519 Rock Quarry Road. When do you have this scheduled?
We're currently recommending February 4th, but
This should be pretty quick, right?
it should be.
Should be or should be?
I don't remember it generating a lengthy discussion at Planning Commission, but it doesn't mean no one will show up for the public hearing. That it's essentially increasing the density under the conditions, residential density.
Folks, what do you think? February 18th could also be an option. Don't want to, is anybody here representing the applicant on this? Right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, now we're going to take a 5-minute recess and kind of see if we can reset these microphones.
We're going to try to reset the system, so if you give us a few minutes.
piggybacked with our regular down payment assistance program.
Thank you for this. Something quickly that I think would be interesting as you all are exploring the financing with accessory dwelling units is what's going on in other cities as they're using ADUs as a tool with rapid housing and long-term housing for chronically homeless individuals. And so that's, as we're looking at folks that are, on the spectrum of AMI, there's also, when we're dealing with housing, we can see when we look at the moment in time analysis, which I'm probably using the slightly wrong phrase, there's an estimated number of folks every year that are chronically homeless. And that is a number that, if we really approach it, could be tackled head on. And Los Angeles is doing this where they're working between the county level and the city level. The city is providing the funding for homeowners who say, I will use my ADU to let someone who's chronically homeless have somewhere to be for the next 2, 3 to 5 years. And then the county knows what that person is, and they're wrapping the support around and providing that kind of base level support for that person for a long period of time. And so I want to think creatively about how we use existing ADUs, and obviously there's the financing piece as well, but I think that alone with the ADUs that are already existing in the city could have an incredible impact on our chronically homeless number in the city limits, and is something that's super exciting to me, and I think could potentially be a great partnership with folks like DHIC and Habitat as well, if we start getting creative about some of their existing developments and building.
Just helps our bond money go further. We can buy more with it. When do we hear more about these land use and regulatory conflicts?
Well, I think you've already signaled that you are very interested in seeing those. I think, Ken, do you want to respond to that? When do you anticipate council would be asked to make a decision on expanded housing options?
So planning staff has prepared a memo with some options that's currently under review. It could be on your agenda as early as February 4th or as late as February 18th. And at that point, we would be looking for direction as to which of those options you would like to move forward in the near term with ordinance amendments.
Thank you.
Larry, looking at the page, the peer city considerations, go into a little more detail about the difference in maybe direction and intent behind our proposed bond or the options that you put before us in Durham's that may give a little more clarification as to the amount that they did and that we're looking at. Does that make sense?
Yes. So Durham has not had a housing bond, I'm thinking maybe since 1996. It's been a long time. They relied, when I was first there, was the first year that they added the 1 cent on the tax rate for affordable housing, and since then they're up to 2 cents. So this would be again, the first bond issue in Durham in a very, very long time. I think that one in 2016 for Greensboro for $25 million might have been their first. I'm looking for Mary. They had bonds before then. And Charlotte has been pretty much on par with Raleigh with every 5 years or so with the bond issue.
go a little further in terms of, back to Durham, their direction towards the need, probably, maybe some would say, of putting that 50 million into the DHA as opposed to where we are, the status of our programs, and where we can go now.
Well, obviously McDougal Terrace has been, in the news lately, and that is a 60-year-old barrack-style public housing complex, which Durham still has. Raleigh does not have those old barrack-style complexes anymore. We had them at Halifax Court, we had them at Chavis, but they got redeveloped under the Hope 6 program, and then probably Walnut Terrace was the last one that got redeveloped here in Raleigh, and the Raleigh Housing Authority did that outside of the Hope 6 program. They did it with their own resources. So in Durham, there's Oldham Towers, which is an elderly project there on Main Street. There is Liberty Village is one of the properties that is slated for redevelopment. J.J. Henderson Towers, which is a high-rise elderly that is visible from the Durham Freeway that they propose to rehab. There's Forest Hills Heights, which is just south of American Tobacco. It's a very low-density, single-story public housing site where you could put hundreds of units there. My feeling is probably they will rethink their priorities in light of what's happened at McDougal Terrace since then. Yeah. But again, it's a completely different situation when you look at kind of the history of the housing authorities in Raleigh versus Durham. Durham's had they've had some challenges.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so one area that I think we need some clarity is regarding the convening group. We are kind of short on time here. I'm going to remind you again, May 19th is the deadline. So we have probably less than 2 months to really have that community conversation. What I would like to propose is that you, Larry, work with your team and others within the city to bring together a group of people, convene them to provide you with feedback, which would then come to us. I know normally we would go through a nomination process, but that will take weeks, and we don't have weeks. So if you would, if everybody is good with that, if you would convene that group and start work, we would be very grateful. All good? Raise your hand. Okay. Oh, the mics are working. We don't have to raise our hands now. I'm all confused now. All right, so Larry, I think, do you have everything you need from us on how to proceed with next steps?
I think so.
Okay. All right, thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. There are a lot of people here today very interested in this topic, and I thank all of you for being here as well. Okay, the next item is the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Committee. Audria, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Baldwin. This is my first time coming before this group, so it's good to see everybody. Happy New Year. I am bringing before you the proposed Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. And just to give you a little bit of background, this is in response to the request made at the December 3rd Council meeting to make Raleigh a more inclusive and welcoming city, recognizing that we need to be inclusive specifically of our Hispanic and immigrant residents in civic matters, and also recognizing that there's a language barrier that inhibits participation. And then we have the opportunity to create collaboration and stronger community engagement with our immigrant communities. So this board would function to serve as a liaison between council and the immigrant community, as well as advising council on situations and barriers that impact social, economic, and vocational pursuits. And let me just say this, unrelated. I was sitting there in my seat thinking the whole time, I really wish that the microphone was working because I have these allergies that are coming up. So excuse me if I sound nasally, but that's just kind of where I am. But back to the functions. Hopefully that this board would contribute to equitable policy development concerning immigrant residents, and then connecting the city with communities through education, outreach, and cultural celebrations. Human Relations does some work in cultural celebrations, but not nearly enough and not as inclusive as we could be. So this is a great opportunity for this board. Some considerations. If we move forward with creating a Hispanic Affairs Board, it can be standalone, as well as Immigrant Affairs could be standalone. What we've seen in the research is that many immigrants share some of the same challenges, so this would be a really great opportunity for collaboration again, and to have a broader spectrum that we reach. Also, limited English proficiency. One of the responsibilities for government organizations that receive federal funding is that they have some type of a language access plan. And that could be as simple as translating documents in multiple languages, or even having accommodations at this meeting so that folks can participate. For board appointments, there would be 13 to 15 total board seats. The initial board may be created through nominations or through an application process. And we can create what that could look like in terms of an initial application. Appointees will serve a 2-year term with a maximum of 2 terms, or 4 years. And we want diversity within the ranks of the board. So a mixture of community and also professional appointments would be recommended. In terms of positions, we're really going to focus on just 3 total positions. So the first 2 are co-chairs, 1 community chair and 1 professional chair. And the function would be to coordinate the various activities of the board and facilitate meetings. Proficiency in managing relationships and building networks, and then the ability to public speak or come before council and also to the community to make presentations. We're asking that the co-chairs have 2 to 3 years of documented experience serving the community. The third position is a secretary position, and this person is just responsible for maintaining the bylaws and keeping updated lists of officers, board members, and general membership. They'll do the scheduling and notifies board members of monthly meetings and keeps an accurate record of attendance and minutes. Initially, once this board gets started, they'll have some strategic planning to do in terms of the mission and vision and where they see this board landing. And also, they would have the opportunity to create bylaws to bring before council for your approval. Staffing needs. A minimum of 2 staff will be required to actually to manage the group. In Human Relations, we have a total of 4 staff, including myself. And right now we have a total of 4 boards that we manage. So the additional assistants will help us actually provide support to that board. And these would be new positions that would be requested as a part of the FY21 budget process. So next steps. So we're requesting council's guidance on the focus. Do we want to consider having 1 immigrant affairs board, or having a Hispanic affairs board, or being a combination of the 2? And then what is the preferred initial appointment process? We can do a full application process or through nominations.
So when, Audra, when I envisioned this, I envisioned it as a single board for the very reason you stated. There's a lot of issues that are interrelated and similar. So I think addressing this in a single board reduces bureaucracy and makes the group more inclusive. So I would envision a single board. I just want to make sure that other counselors agree with that. Sage, are you good with the single board? Because I'm getting ready to ask you to serve as the liaison.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for this. I think that one board would work. I think that having a subcommittee structure would be most effective. I think that when we're speaking about immigrants, especially in the city of Raleigh, it's not from just one area of the world. And so we have to realize that all immigrants are facing different challenges and needs, and we have to be willing to respond to that. And so I think that one board named this way is fine and can function properly, but I think that to have a subcommittee structure that honors kind of the diversity of the community is going to be critical if this process represents the kind of cultural diversity that we see here.
Good point. Could we incorporate that to just in terms of discussion? And I guess the second item you're asking about is the appointment process. One of the reasons for doing this is to encourage people in the Hispanic and immigrant community to get involved. And I would like to see an application process but keep it simple. We have a portal. Part of the issue is if they speak Spanish, how do they access that and whatnot? So maybe we can do outreach to the community, but let's look at a creative way that we can do this and make sure that Spanish speaking is represented on that. I don't know if we're able to do that on our website, but I certainly think getting the word out in the community and through the newspapers would be helpful. So let's see how we structure the application process. Again, keep it simple and accessible, and then come back. I think you said 13 to 15. Let's see what comes in maybe in the next 30 days, and then we'll also have a nomination process, say, for 5 positions, and we can maybe look at some of the applications, but also do our own outreach through our networks and see who would be interested. Does that work for everybody?
I think it works for me.
Okay.
The one thing that's on my mind is that we, again, going back to Mr. Martin's comments, is that we have a number of immigrant communities, and just want to be sure that we're being equitable to all the communities.
Yep.
And I might.
Councilor Stewart was next.
Sorry. Ooh. Don't want to step on your toes.
So I wanted to raise a question about process. Seeing as we have 20 boards and commissions already, and I feel like at least 2 of you up here know very well all the different variations of bylaws and makeups we have. So we want to make sure that that's getting addressed somewhere, because I'm not necessarily hearing it in the presentation in terms of how far we're along. So I don't know if I'm asking this question too early and queuing you up, or
We are in the very initial stages, so none of that has been developed as of yet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so what I would ask is that you work on the application process and then bring this, that's going to take a little while to get up and running, but not hopefully too long. And then give this 30 days, see where we are, and maybe come back, report back to us in 45 days.
Okay.
All right. And then in the meantime, I would encourage all of the council members to spread this through your networks and get people involved and interested and ask them to apply. Okay? Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Councilor
Can it be
Melton?
mentioned at Raleigh Unleashed? Because I'm sure folks that are currently serving on our boards and commissions may know people who would be interested in serving on.
See, is Damien?
We'll pass that along.
Damien, if you could remind me to include that in opening remarks. Thank you. We'll take care of it. Thank you. Good suggestion. All right. Thank you very much. All right, the next item is a rezoning that has been held several times. It is Z15 Raven Ridge Road Plan Development. Who is here to discuss that Bunn?
I'm here. And the action before you today would be to schedule the public hearing. So you received a recommendation from council on this version of the rezoning 2 weeks ago and deferred it at the applicant's request so that they could modify the petition. So they have added some information about outdoor amenity areas, site furnishings, and the upper story floor area. But there are no additional limits on building height in the revisions that they made. We initially were recommending a February 4 public hearing date. I don't know how you're feeling about that at this point in the afternoon.
Well, I believe
March, because first of all, there's going to be a very large turnout for this rezoning request. And I would like to give people more than 2 weeks to make some plans so that they can attend.
this has been going on for 3 years.
So
I
another
think
2
people
weeks.
are probably
another few
aware of
weeks
that.
won't. Another few weeks won't hurt.
Mayor, if I may raise a point of order, I think Mr. Cox made a motion. It hasn't been seconded, so it's not appropriate to have debate at this point, I believe.
Was that a motion?
That's a point of order.
Okay. Mr. Cox, are you making a motion?
Well, I'm just bringing this up at this time to say that I would like to suggest that the hearing be held the first week of March. This is not actually until the last meeting. This did not come before council to set a hearing, and the applicant requests a deferral of 2 weeks. So I'll make a motion that we set the hearing. This is in my district, and there is a lot of interest. And I would expect in the neighborhood of about 100 people to come to this meeting. And so I would like to make a motion that this be held the first Tuesday in March.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Would anyone else like to make a motion?
I move to approve for a public hearing on the date of February 4th.
Second? I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 6-1. That hearing will be February 4th as requested by the developer. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. One item before you today, happy to take an opportunity to present to you a proposal to move forward with a request for interest related to a convention center, hotel, and downtown development project. This is something that has been under discussion for quite a while, and at this point we're ready to move forward. There is several folks within the city that works on this together on a team, but Jim Green in the city manager's office will be making the presentation today. I would also like to take a moment to say thanks to all the various local stakeholders that help us going through this process, particularly members of the Convention Center Commission and representatives in the hospitality industry and the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. We try to make this as collaborative as possible. And this is really an opportunity for us to gain interest and start the process. It's not the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim Green in our office to make the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. And I am very excited here today to talk about starting this very important and transformational project for our downtown. And as the city manager said, we're looking to start the process today. Start the process to work with a development team to develop a convention center hotel and Class A mixed-use project on city-owned property in front of the Duke Energy Center for the Performing Arts. And again, I want to emphasize, we're going to talk about the request for interest today, and this is just starting the process. There's no development agreement in place, and we'll want to share with you where a little bit more about the request for interest and where we go from here. So first up, just some background. As you know, we're very fortunate to have a very active and successful convention center that opened in 2008. Just to give you some idea, in the first 10 years of the convention center, from 2008 to 2018, We had over 4 million people walk through the door with a direct economic impact of about $470 million. In 2018 alone, we had about 450,000 attendees to visit us for about 260 events. So things are going very well at the convention center. Likewise for the downtown. We're hitting records in tourism. For the Convention and Visitors Bureau reports about 3.4 million visitors to the main attractions downtown during 2018. It's good business for the hotels as well, reporting occupancy rates at about 76%. So we're fortunate. Our success is due to a hardworking team at the Convention Center, but also our partners, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Downtown Raleigh Alliance, and the hospitality group, the hotels that surround the Convention Center. We do have a limited number of those hotels and a limited number of room blocks, and it does impact on what type of conferences and events we can have at the Convention Center. A previous hotel study in 2015 concluded that the Raleigh Convention Center will struggle to maintain existing levels of events and attendance unless appropriate hotel development occurs. So big deal, needing more hotel rooms in connection with the convention center. So mentioned the issue for the convention center, but lack of hotel rooms in the downtown around the convention center is an issue for general tourism in the downtown as well, and economic development. I know Bill King with DRA points to a healthy office market in the downtown, about 95% occupancy. 3 towers are being constructed this year. So again, good news. But we hear a lot from the business owners that due to the limited hotel rooms, they find it hard to find places for customers and partners to stay. Likewise, we're seeing an increase in the population of downtown. So family member visits, visits to Shaw, St. Aug's, NC State, visits for festivals. With the limited hotel rooms, it's important to have a convention center hotel that would provide opportunities for stay for all those events. So hotel rooms are needed now. We've done several studies. In 2015, we did our first study, hired HVS, and they completed the downtown hotel market study and concluded that an additional 400-room hotel was needed for the convention center. They surveyed meeting planners and event planners, and they reported that one of the top concerns and reasons for not coming to Raleigh was because of the limited hotel package. In 2018, the Convention and Visitors Bureau hired Jones Lang LaSalle to complete the countywide destination study. JLL spent a lot of time at the convention center, and they recommended things including optimization or ways to maximize space and future expansion. That optimization is funded, but they also pointed out that a 500 hotel room was needed for the convention center in order to fully maximize the current space that we have. We've worked closely with the Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Downtown Raleigh Alliance through the years in talking about this, and I know they both support additional hotel rooms, and in particular the Convention Center Hotel. I know we have Denny Edwards and Bill King in the audience today if there are any questions. So we justified the need for additional hotel rooms. Where would we put this? So again, we turned to a study and evaluation back in 2016-17 of city-owned property in downtown Raleigh. We hired HR&A, and they studied all the various city holdings and recommended that the surface lots in front of the Performing Arts Center be used for hospitality office mixed use. We presented that to council, and council approved using those sites or that site for that use. At the time, City Council also asked for us to research and bring back, and we did, looking at requiring the right-of-way to extend Fayetteville Street through the property when it's developed. We did that, and council has approved that, wanting to make sure that we look for that opportunity to extend Fayetteville Street and maintain that view, that vista from the Capitol building to the Performing Arts Center. So what's happened is, with council's approval, 2 prime lots have been created on Fayetteville Street in front of Performing Arts, one for a hotel and one for office mixed use, with, again, hotel being a priority. So you're all familiar with this. This is, these are the 2 sites, the left being the hotel site closest to the convention center, the right being the office and mixed use. I really feel this is our oceanfront property. You can see 1 block from Shaw, 1 block from the Performing Arts Center, 1 block from the Convention Center and Red Hat, and 1 block from Raleigh's Main Street, Fayetteville Street. So just incredible opportunity to work with the development team to pursue these projects. So I talked about the growth in Raleigh, the record tourism in downtown, the successful convention center, the studies that have been done to show the need for additional hotel rooms for the convention center. And we do have this very unique opportunity in front of us to not only look at the convention center hotel project, but also pursue a needed office mixed-use project. In addition, in 2019, we pursued the review and evaluation of the hospitality tax, the interlocal tax. It was recommended that $30 million in debt capacity be set aside to work with a future hotel on parking or infrastructure. City Council and the County Commission approved that $30 million. So I want to say there's no agreement. We don't know how much parking, whether it's even going to be used for parking or some other type of infrastructure, but that is in place as we move forward. Several months ago, we hired Jones Lang LaSalle to help us review the process and develop this request for interest. JLL knows the city of Raleigh through their work with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. They know the tourism, they know the city, and they're one of the leaders in hotel management, negotiation, and development. So with that, I'd like to introduce Tony Peterman. Tony is representing JLL, and we've been working with Tony for several months. He is the Senior Vice President of the Hotel Management Arm for JLL and has 30 years experience, worked with over 100 cities in negotiating hotel projects. So with that, I'd like Tony to come up, and we have a hard copy of the RFI to go around. This is the same copy that you saw in your agenda packet. So with that, Mr. Peterman, come up.
Thank you, Jim. Mayor Baldwin, Council, thank you for allowing me to be here. And as was on the last slide, this document that everyone now has in front of them, the intention is to release this on the 27th, next Monday. So we thought we'd take just a few minutes and talk about the goal and goals of the RFI and the process that's contemplated to achieve those goals. And the primary goal of the RFI is fairly simple. It's to identify and begin to vet highly qualified teams. By highly qualified, we mean those development teams that have proven their ability to think about a project, pull the right partners together, design it, cost it, and get it built. And a big piece of that is their ability to both invest their own funds and raise the capital needed from others to make that happen. So we're looking for that combined with creative ideas for the specific project or projects here in Raleigh. And this RFI is it is general in nature, and it's really a tool that's used when a city desires to have a bigger role in the ultimate project. And given the prominence of your sites and the fact that whatever is built here will be a big part of the fabric of your downtown, it seemed like the appropriate path for Raleigh. And these RFIs, they definitely start broader, and through conversations, they're refined, typically through an RFP process. Both the city developer conversations, that's city with a capital C, obviously, that's council and management, but it's also city with a small c. We recognize here you have a lot of commissions and advisory boards and other stakeholders, so that those conversations contemplate all of those folks. And the key requirements of the submittal requirements for this document, they're twofold. One is that the hotel be it 500 rooms or greater and full service, and you'll see in the language here, probably worth pointing out, it's called upper upscale. That's an industry term. It's kind of sounds weird to those who are not in the industry, but our audience knows exactly what that means. So an upper upscale full service hotel, and secondarily, the Class A office tower, which is being billed as a corporate headquarters tower. So they're the two requirements. The RFI, the announcement of the project, was released via an email blast last week, and there'll be pending the action taken here today, there'll be a second email blast probably this afternoon or early tomorrow morning, announcing the open house at Alice. And there'll be actually a third one, the RFI and the link to the website with all the supplemental information, as well as the open house, which will be intended by city and NJLL at Alice, the acronym America's Lodging Investment Summit. It's the largest hotel investment conference in the United States. There's thousands of developers and hotel owners, operators, brands that attend. We have held these open houses in the past. They are successful, and given the feedback that we've gotten from the first email blast, we expect a busy day on Monday.
I would say so.
So the timeline going forward, so next week there'll be the Alice open house. And about a month from that time, there'll be a site tour here in Raleigh, where we're a typical pre-proposal where we'll tour the sites, and Carrie will introduce the center, and there'll be a formal Q&A following that, and then the teams that are interested will have till the end of March, another month to submit their response. The plan is for those submittals to come into JLL. We will work in conjunction with the city manager and his team to evaluate those responses, and which will include those other stakeholders that were mentioned. And the option with council at that point is the language is written that the council reserves the right to do whatever it chooses to do, but really there's kind of three main paths. One is to reject all the responses. The second, although unlikely, it is a possibility. You could choose to negotiate with one firm. Someone could come in with a submittal that is absolutely spectacular. Or the third route would be to shortlist those firms for a more specific RFP process. Now, one thing that's important in this RFI that's pretty critical is in order for a team, if the council decides to go RFP process, in order to be considered for that secondary process, they must submit to this RFI process. That's a useful tool in this case for the city, because if that were not the case, typically our experience is that developers would sit on the sidelines and see what everyone else does and then take part in the RFP process. And that's really not going to get the city where it wants to be with respect to the plans for the project. And the other key consideration for this is a development team could submit interest for the hotel only or the hotel and the office tower. So that's going forward. I think we're going to look at a video, right?
We kind of got behind on this. How long's the video?
We don't have to show the video. This is really the last. We're asking authority today to release the RFI. Tony did mention next Monday attending the conference in order to promote this, but this is a very important project. So we've done a specific project website. We've worked closely with communication on a video that is a marketing piece to promote downtown Raleigh and the site and project.
And that's on the website, right?
That's correct. And
what I would suggest is if any of you would like to see that, please go to the website. Sorry, Jim, didn't mean to cut you off.
Not a problem.
It's just we got 10, 15 minutes behind with our microphone issues. So
that's not a problem. We're happy to take any questions. And again, through the partnerships in working with our great Urban Design Center, they put these renderings together, which again, we show on the video. So a lot of excitement. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Before we start with questions, I just want to say that as the liaison to the Convention Center Commission, I attended their special meeting yesterday, and they asked that I read this statement. So I'm going to do that. The Raleigh Convention Center Commission supports efforts to attract a new convention hotel as part of the optimization, renovation, and expansion of the convention center facilities set forth in the most recently approved amendment for interlocal hospitality tax funding. Got that? The RFI is the first step in this effort. As the process moves forward, it is critical that the city listen to community stakeholders who are instrumental in gaining approval for the recent interlocal funding. Accordingly, we're asking for a clearly defined selection and negotiation process with specific milestones at which stakeholder input will be received. The hotel is a particularly delicate component of our expansion since hospitality tax proceeds will be used to incentivize and subsidize new competitive rooms in the hotel market. The success of the convention center and surrounding venues depends upon a positive relationship with all of our hotel partners, existing ones as well as the new hotel. The members of the RCC Commission appreciate the momentum building within our community for taking our convention center to the next level. We look forward to working with the City Council to make it happen. So as an afterthought to that, one thing I would ask our staff to do is after the RFIs are submitted, bring together a stakeholder group, perhaps with a representative from the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, the Convention Center, the hospitality group, get some feedback. You can even do these blindly if that helps, because I know there's some sensitivity about trade secrets and all that stuff. But if you will convene at that point, get some feedback, and then convene at the next point if we get to an RFP, because I'm just hoping somebody just blows our socks off and we can just get this moving. But I think that would be helpful. And I see Mr. Odom up here.
I'm not going to blow your socks off, but I would prefer that we have the ones that are here from the commission and the hospitality stand up, and you recognize the counselors as you talk to these people, you'll know how they are into this. We're excited about this. A lot of great things are happening. But if y'all may, Mayor, I've already done it.
You already did it. Come on. You know, John, that's what I love about you. You always want to do it and beg forgiveness later, right? So if everyone from the Convention Center Commission will stand, thank you for being here.
NC State, a lot of different people.
And thank you for your service, and thank you for the thoughtfulness of yesterday's meeting.
Mayor, just
Okay, questions?
I'm sorry, just in response, yes, absolutely. Engagement and input's important, and we're more than happy to work with DRA, CVB, Convention Commission, Hospitality Group, and others to get feedback and support going forward. I'll just say with Mr. Odom, the first time I met him, I think he shook my hand and said, get us a hotel for the convention center. So I know he's very happy about this.
Thank you again. Questions?
Yes.
I think Councilor Stewart was first, then Councilor Cox.
I've got two hopes, I'll say. I'm really excited about the hotel space and also...
Nicole, could you speak into the microphone a little more?
I don't know that mine's...
I can hear you.
Also the mixed-use space. Thinking about that holistically as we move forward as DRA's liaison, I want to note that that part of Fayetteville Street, that end of downtown, is a little imbalanced right now. It gets pretty quiet at night, and so to really make sure we're thinking about residential in that second tower. And then also I would love to just throw it out there that it would be great if we can prioritize local projects.
Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Local
Projects, local partners.
Okay. Councilor Cox?
And I'd second exactly what Councilor Stewart mentioned about having residential at that end of the street. But to build on it, I would also like to make sure that everyone is thinking about how we can incorporate some component of affordable housing as well.
Go on.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I
when
had
you're
just
ready.
one more thing. I want to emphasize that we're looking for great design. I want to emphasize we're looking for great design. And I want to emphasize we're looking for great design. So, you know, that...
Hear that loud and clear, and I heard that yesterday too, so yes, ma'am.
So I think that, you know, we own these sites, so we have some say.
Right.
And design, I hope that they really set the bar, especially, you said that this, you know, this is our waterfront property.
Mm-hmm.
We want our waterfront property to reflect great design and be a welcome to people coming into our community. I mean, you know, people are coming here from all over the world. That's what they're going to see besides our convention center. So let's make it all it can be.
That's right. Did you have a comment?
And it's really about managing expectations with this RFI process. I don't envision a lot of designs coming back because they may have them and they may be thinking about them, but at this early phase, if they give you those designs and you love them, all the other teams are going to go in that direction, and it's going to water down their impact. So,
or it would enhance their impact. But what I would say, too, is it depends who the architect is on the team. And, you know, if you bring in an international architect who has done incredible work, then we know we're going to get something that is elevated. And again, you know, there are very good architectural firms here that could serve as local partners. And we're not asking for renderings. I just want that commitment in the RFI. I want to see that commitment. I want to see it in the RFP if we go that route. But I just want to put that expectation out there.
okay. And well, I will say that these images, and I just saw them for the first time a week or two ago when Jim showed them to me, they blew me away. And I think by publicizing these and allowing us to show these at Alice, it sets the bar. You're sending the message that the city of Raleigh is thinking very big on these sites. So I think that's what you've given them permission to do that.
Reinforce the message.
Will do.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would just add in the RFI, in the opening or closing opportunity, it says innovation, quality design and construction, and sustainability are important values for the city. So we have it in here, but as this process moves along, that's going to be important for us to work with council and stakeholders to set that as a high priority.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody want to make the motion for something we've been talking about for how many years? 5?
I'm ready, Mayor, if you are.
Oh.
I move that we authorize the city manager to issue the RFI as presented here today at the council meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? John Odom, you're going to get your wish. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Okay. Whew.
That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. A lot of people have worked a really long time to make this happen. This is actually a milestone in Raleigh, and congratulate all of you for making it happen. I can't wait to see what comes back. Okay, so now we're on to public comment. First, we have Olin Watson here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors and staff, especially the staff. Thank you guys very much. So the reason I come in front of you today is to address the question of city engagement, citizen engagement with the processes of the city. Primarily in the past, we have relied on the CACs, and given their support, there are often very few people involved in the CAC's activities. Those people that do attend are very faithful, and they do the best work that they can. But I'd like to point out that through what I'm asking here is I want the City Council to introduce a virtual engagement piece with early models of electronic voting. We have a future that is coming that is heavily technically reliant. Words like the Internet of all things and the future of technology is going to be relying on something called blockchain. The reason why it's important is about authenticity. The document I gave to you all, it's an organization out of California that has recognized that we have so many very failed election results in this great nation, where we wouldn't think we would. We need to improve that. And blockchain technology, some emerging voting technologies and some processes that people are looking toward to try to ensure that what votes happen are very important, because without authentic interaction, without the belief that citizens can actually influence what's going on, we will have a lack of engagement. It's already proven that 43% of the United States doesn't vote, eligible voting population. So, my belief is that because blockchain is coming and its primary function is authenticity, it is very important that city staff be familiar with the technologies that they will be confronting with municipal contracting, with transportation, with all sorts of realms of commerce that are different than what we have today. It's not just Bitcoin, it's a lot more things than that. So again, I'm asking that the City Council ask staff to begin looking into ways to improve engagement by ensuring and improving overall engagement through an electronic and virtual town council, virtual town hall type of environment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here. Okay, next we have William Powell.
Hey folks, I probably don't need a mic, but Mayor Baldwin, thank you council members for allowing me to present here. My wife and I had the privilege of moving downtown this summer, and we've really enjoyed it, except for one thing. A number of us living in our condo unit have had a noise issue with a couple of neighbors. And so that got me looking into what does our noise ordinance look like, and how well is it prepared for things like multifamily, multi-tenant dwellings. You guys know that Raleigh's already going through just a tremendous growth. The same time we're growing, multi-unit units are growing. In fact, we're talking about this new property that you just presented, and we're looking at having residential units in there. All that means is that you're going to have more people with shared walls. And again, the trends are that that's going to be even more happening. And the source of multi-use properties is going to far fall short of the demands, and that's for the foreseeable future. So if I look at our current city noise ordinance, it really was developed a long time ago around single family, and then we kind of injected some multifamily components to it. But if you look at that, in order to measure the sound to try and alleviate a problem, it's a very complex problem. And especially when it's put on our police department, which it is, it becomes a challenge for them to try to handle. And that's going to be even more of a problem as things start to grow even more in Raleigh. So even things like the sound emissions, how many decibels, the time of the day, things like that can be very frustrating to try and capture, because what happens is the noise issues happen at different times of the day. The police may not have the devices to read, and they may not have the time, to be honest with you. So these are just some sample readings that I took off of an app on my phone, and you can easily see 92 decibels, 83 decibels. Those clearly go above what's allowed. The spikes are from a base unit, which I know we're addressing in our ordinance. We are addressing that. So HOAs are relying more on Raleigh and the Raleigh police to handle that. That's a problem, but the issues are random. The Raleigh police doesn't always have the devices. And by the way, the Raleigh Police Department has been awesome. They're phenomenal. But the noise ordinance really are interpreted by different people, different ways. Base propagates differently. So going forward, I'd like to see if there's a way, and I'm willing to volunteer to help, to kind of make multifamily noise issues a little bit easier to handle for the police department and for the HOAs and resorts. And thank you.
Okay, William, your time is up, but I wanted to ask you something.
Sure.
Have you gone to your HOA board on this matter?
Yes, and the HOAs all completely rely on Raleigh sound ordinances and the Raleigh Police Department for enforcement. So
Our HOA board operates a little differently then. They will resolve these issues directly.
yeah, They and a lot of them don't. I've actually interviewed a number of them. I'm in the industry, so I kind of see how they react. That's great that yours does. A lot of them don't. They rely on the Raleigh ordinances heavily, which aren't, it could be a little clearer. And they tell you if you have a problem, call the Raleigh Police Department, which really they need to be working on higher level things.
Okay. I'm going to ask the city attorney's office if they can review this and work with our police department, maybe come back to us with some recommendations.
Yes, we can do that. There's been some research done in the past. We can pull that back together.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm willing to help. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, next is Douglas Johnson.
Hello, I'm Doug Johnston, and as many of you might expect, I'm here to talk about Dix Park. I've spent many years...
Could you give your address, sir?
Can everyone hear well enough? I can't tell which one I'm using here.
But could you give your address?
120 Forest Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27605-1756. And I'll read the instructions a lot more carefully in the future. I've spent a lot of time in the municipal bond world as an attorney for the Department of Justice, North Carolina Department of Justice, and the State Treasurer's Office. And I'm not here to talk about legal or financial or administrative matters about bonds. The attorneys and the underwriters and the staff can handle that. But I am here to talk about how we project the value of bonds. And I mostly have that applicable to school bonds and park bonds. When voters think about school bonds, they don't see facilities or auditoriums, studios, labs, gymnasiums. They don't even see music, art, science, athletics, or education. Actually, they don't really see the children. What they see are dreams and the wonder of the joy and achievement of their children and of the city and the neighborhood. Dix Park is a wonder, and it's a dream park. It's a dream space, natural and active. It's a dream neighbors with institutions and residential areas that affirm it. It has a dream staff. You can take your cues from them. Have a dream master plan. They have dream partners in Dix Conservancy who represent our whole community. And I am interested in seeing this notion of value, not legal, not administrative, not financial, but this kind of value explored with each of you. I've talked with some of you already, and as you can, it's mostly a question session, but I've gotten a much better feel for some things that I'd like to share in the future about Dix Park. And so if any council member is interested, I'll send another email so you'll have my pertinent information. And I know the financial teams and the legal teams and the administrative teams have it all covered, but I would like to, if you wish, give you the benefit of one person who's looked at it with some interest, and I hope you'll find it useful.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Next, we have Worth Mills.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Worth Mills, address 2235 Gateway Access Point, Suite 201, Raleigh, NC 27607. I'm here today to ask for council's authorization to begin a text amendment process to UDO section 4.5.2.B.1 so that individual manufactured home units no longer have to front along a public right-of-way meeting the requirements of Article 8.4 or 8.5. We would amend the UDO to state that only the lot that provides those mobile home units must front or provide access to a public right-of-way. One of the reasons that we're here to ask for this text change, the City of Raleigh has taken steps in the recent months to address the missing middle housing, specifically in the TC1D18 and TC618 text changes. In your staff report, city staff notes that there are 19 existing mobile home unit parks in the City of Raleigh, with 9 having the ability to expand given the available land area. In my line of work, we haven't seen a lot of new manufactured housing developments, but we have seen a couple instances where people wish to expand those mobile home developments, which provides another option for workforce housing and affordable housing, and can help address some of the concerns that this council has dealt with in the past. We met with Mark Holland on Thursday, January 9th to review the request, so we've had our pre-application meeting. We're ready to file the text amendment as soon as we receive authorization from City Council. We have worked with the City of Oaks Foundation for a specific site for this. Chris Hagerty, the Executive Director, is behind me and is in support of the text amendment as well. And with that, unless you guys have any questions for us, we ask that you authorize this procedure, and we'll get it to staff and get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Mr. Bowers, have you reviewed this request, and what is your sense? I'm getting the sense this is similar to what the townhome issue that we currently have.
Yes, so it's very typical for manufactured home communities to be to have multiple manufactured homes leasing spaces on a single lot that would not show up as subdivided on any property map, and the internal access ways are often private in those communities. So this would simply allow that type of development, which has been common for manufactured housing, to continue for either new parks or expansions.
Okay. Well, if the council, I'm ready to ask you at least to develop the text change and bring it through the process. You know, we want to look at, of course, unintended consequences, but we also committed, to, as you noted, Worth, to providing more affordable housing options for people. So do we need a motion on this? Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve text change process.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I just wanted to make sure that that authorization was broad enough that staff could tweak the language of this to make sure that, you know, this may be the best language, but it may need some rewording.
Nope. It's staff, you do your thing.
We understand the intent.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Michael Birch.
You need to vote.
We did, didn't we? Did we vote? All in favor?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I missed it.
It was unanimous. Unanimous.
My bad.
Councilmember Cox seconded, and then it was.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Michael Birch, Longleaf Law Partners, 2235 Gateway Access Point, Suite 201, Raleigh 27607. I am here requesting Council authorize a text change for the Crabtree Village Master Plan. This concerns a portion of the property south of Crabtree, the old Kids Hill property, again, kind of up the hill from McDonald's between Homewood Banks Drive and Blue Ridge Road. This master plan was originally adopted in 2006. It was amended in 2012 to accommodate the first phase of development. We are now seeking revisions largely to clarify provisions of a master plan that is now about 14 years old. Also to make some minor changes to site design provisions that really don't work now, given industry changes in the surrounding area, and also just we've adopted a whole new code since that time, and there's just some differences there. I do want to emphasize we are not seeking any changes to allowable uses or allowable intensities, and so we kind of view these as minor tweaks. Included in your backup was a list kind of by way of example to what we are seeking to change, but we acknowledge that there might be other changes. There might be some requested through our community process that we go through, Planning Commission and Council, and don't want to unduly kind of limit the ability for others to suggest changes as well. So we are asking for kind of broader authority, as City Attorney mentioned, to make changes to this master plan, but it is our intent that the ones that we bring forward will be minor in nature, similar to those that you find in the backup. We have held our pre-application meeting with staff. We have also held the required neighborhood meeting, and of course we will go through the CAC process and Planning Commission and back to Council. So happy to answer any questions Council may have.
Mr. Buffkin, is this your district or? Okay.
Where's the motion?
There's no motion.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I will
Would you
move-
like to make a motion to approve?
I would like to make a motion to approve, Mayor.
Okay. Who'd like to second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Can begin that process as well. Thank you. Next, we have Nick Few.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This is Nick Fu. My resident address is 8434 Whitecomb Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27615. I'm here to request a text change petition for the zoning case Z2214. This was approved in January 2016 with the maximum density of 36 units. The size of the acreage is about 6.73. However, because of the technical requirements such as stormwater control and zoning code, everything, so at the end, the site was approved with 25 units only. So technically, the initial intent was for a density close to R6, but at the end, the realized density is less than R4. How do I get to the next one? Okay. So as you can see, the adjacent density is R4, and we have the designation of 0X3CU. That's the current approved plan with 2 large open space lots catering for the stormwater management devices. So the request mostly will be for several items. One is we like to ask for the change of, instead of the type 3 buffer, we like to ask for the type 1 buffer. So in the section 1.c.6, we have 50-foot buffer, but because the neighbor has R4 density, we have less than R4 density, even though the designation's OX zoning. The 10-foot buffer zone will allow us to have trees not really encroach close to the new homes. That's the main request. The other one would be the building height. Because of our zoning, UDO code calculation has a very complicated height calculation, so we propose to, instead of 38 near the neighboring lots, we will have a 40 feet high. The last one would be the construction time. Wake County allows for 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And in this particular, only for this particular site, it's at 8 a.m., which is an hour short. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. This is a little, well, we did receive email from some of the neighbors who were concerned about the changes. Have you connected with the neighbors?
I have talked with Mark Holland. Per procedure, this will be the first step, then we will have to talk with the CSE.
So I just want to clarify, because I'm new. If we would, if whatever we're voting on today, if we allow it, it would then go back into the process.
Yes.
He's just asking for permission to then go back to the CAC, to the Planning Commission, and ask for these changes. We're not actually authorizing the changes at the table.
Ken, could you explain the process?
The process will be after your...
Oh, could Mr. Bowers, please,
sorry.
staff, thank you.
All right, so a little background, because I know that this text change of zoning conditions is a little new, and it was something that we had to implement due to some recent case law. So for most of the history of conditional zoning in Raleigh, a request like this would have been a rezoning petition going through the normal rezoning process and would not have required council approval to start. However, a recent court case said that if you're simply amending the conditions of a conditional zoning district and you're not changing the base district, that it is treated like a text change. Well, the City of Raleigh's text change process, as codified in the UDO, and this is not a statutory requirement, it's a local requirement, requires petitioners to come to the council and ask for permission to submit a text change application. So even though this is for all intents and purposes very much like a rezoning, since it's altering the conditions in a conditional use zoning district, because of this quirk of the UDO, they have to come in and petition the council to go through the process. So once the process is started by the council, if the council approves this going through the process, it'll be, for all intents and purposes, close to identical to a zoning process. There'll be a neighborhood meeting. There's a custom that there'll be a CAC presentation and vote. It'll go to the Planning Commission review process. There'll be public meetings. It'll come back, and you would have to schedule a public hearing. So I hope that clarifies the process.
I wanted to just say, reiterate that the request that they come to council for permission for this type of a change is not a state law. It is a Raleigh rule that these were always processed like rezonings until this court case. So we changed the classification. So along with the change in the classification came the change in procedure. So council could go back to the old way, still call it a text change, but let it go forward without council approval for these condition changes if council wanted to do that.
So with regard to this specific request, I received several emails from concerned nearby residents, and I want to make sure that they have the opportunity to be heard about their concerns. So it sounds like if we authorize this, if we allow this text change, it goes back down to the neighborhoods, they can talk, it goes to the planning commission, that comes back. So I will make the motion to do that at the appropriate time, but I do want to emphasize that there is a lot of concern that we are hearing about it. And so please reach out to those folks and make sure that you listen to what they are concerned about.
So I'd like to also, since a lot of us are new, this is a new process, it sounds like, if I'm not mistaken.
It's relatively new. I think it's about a year. Yeah, a year.
It may be new to Mr. Few as well. If something's on the council agenda, I want to be aware of it and talk to the parties beforehand, which we have not been able to do, I don't believe, right? You and I have not met on this. So I want to put this off for 2 weeks. Give us time to understand it better. Give me time to talk. And I understand where we are in the process, councilors. I want to do it in a way that needs to be done every time, and that is, I want to be able to meet with all relevant parties before we pass something, which we will have to do today in council. So I'm asking it to be delayed. I don't know if that's a motion or not for 2 weeks. Thank you.
Right, I'm seeing a lot of, Mr. Martin, did you want to say something?
Am I giving you faces?
Yeah.
I guess it would be help to clarify what our options are, just given this very specific new process, so we can approve this proposed text change, which puts it into the rezoning category, and it goes back to the normal process that we're all aware of, or we can deny it, which means they're stuck with the previous conditions, or what Councilor Knight is suggesting is that we postpone so that we all have time to discuss, but I don't know if we have the ability to do that with this specific.
What I would suggest is, if we're going to delay it for 2 weeks, that we ask Nick to meet with the neighbors and then come back to us. Mr. Knight indicated he would like to meet with you, so I would suggest you follow up with that.
Yeah.
Is everybody okay doing that and delaying this for 2 weeks? And let me ask you, does this present hardships in doing that? Okay. All right, so please go back to the neighbors. Please reach out to Councilor Knight, and we will have this back to us in 2 weeks. Okay.
Mayor, to the city attorney's point, I don't think these are requests that we should have to. I feel like it should. This new process or whatever it is, like, what can we do to authorize so we don't have to deal with them at the council table? They can go through the whole planning process and come to us when it's public hearing.
I would suggest thinking about that, because, I mean, as if that's the case, then someone could come here with the rezoning is passed, and they could come back 2 weeks later and do it all over again if they want.
So can we
Got
hear
it,
from
yeah.
the city attorney?
Yes, we could do that in conjunction with several other authorizations you've already, or charges that you have given to us. One is to, because the public comment process is changing as well, that having that part of the agenda have this with that is, it might be more unpredictable for the applicants. It might be better to put them at a different part of the agenda to the extent you keep requiring it. So we're going to look at it with respect to that. Some other broader requests to look at the UDO, consistency with state law, that type of thing. I think that that falls within that, and we were already looking at it. So I can prepare a summary for you of what your options are and sort of what the impacts are with respect to that, and let you take a look at it and decide how you want to go forward.
Okay, so Mr. Cox just said something about that, like, people could come back 2 weeks later. I wasn't following what you were saying.
Well, it's a text change process. With our normal rezoning process, if I'm not mistaken, if a rezoning is denied, then there is a waiting period before they can come back, unless they come to council and ask for permission to submit a rezoning.
That's
Right,
correct.
and you could have that same requirement. These text change zoning amendments are just a different animal. As I said, for many years, they were treated as a rezoning. So what we have done so far is make all of the requirements, most of them the same as a rezoning. Like right now, you have to have a neighborhood meeting for these types of things. They have to go through the same notice process as a rezoning. So if that's what you wanted to do, we would just put in the UDO that for purposes of these text amendments, there's a waiting period unless you get permission from the council for a waiver.
So it sounds like then
So
maybe
we
we get
can-
some options.
So you'll send us those options?
I will send you those options.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then finally, we have Suzanne Harris. Oh. I'm looking at this. Yeah. Oh, we do have a few more.
Just going to wait for them to get the handouts. Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, mayors of the council. My name is Suzanne Harris, and I work for the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County, 5580 Centerview Drive in Raleigh. I appreciate the time to address you this afternoon on issues of the building process and the calculation of setbacks and height for residential homes. I'm going to try to read this so that I can get through it in my 3 minutes or less. So, research from the National Association of Home Builders shows that approximately 25% of the cost of a single-family home comes from government regulations. You couple that with the basics of economics, that the fact that Wake County has a home supply shortage along with high demand, it's no surprise that home prices are rising and houses are becoming less affordable. The most expeditious way to help this problem is to find ways to allow for housing to be built more quickly, which translates into less cost and with greater variety. That's where my ask for today comes into play. We request that the City of Raleigh, along with stakeholders, take a deep dive into the residential permitting process, reconsider residential setbacks and the current methods used for calculating them, along with reevaluating sidewall height and the way in which overall height is calculated. As for the permitting process, it needs to be streamlined to allow for a parallel process to shorten the length of time that it takes to get a permit. Also, we recommend reducing review times based on the level of comments or the number of trades with comments, and setting time frames and formalizing the process for all steps. The current 8 to 13 weeks to get a building permit needs to be reduced. The current methods used to calculate setbacks and overall heights reminds me of the methodology that was recommended to you, I think last week, in TC 719 on infill subdivisions and recombinations. They're onerous, time-consuming, costly, confusing, and quite frankly, in our opinion, unnecessary largely. Please refer to your handout for some more of the details on the issues that we've addressed with those. I just don't have time to get into all of that at this point. Regarding setbacks, we recommend reevaluating whether there really was a problem with the former 20-foot setback code, and if so, then using a range with which to use a factor to protect small lots from neighboring large lots, but also to protect large lots from neighboring small lots. No more 3 houses to the left and 3 houses to the right, and do that for 300 feet. What is the end goal? And let's keep that in mind. Concerning height, we ask that the city reevaluate the maximum sidewall height and consider increasing it to 25 feet to better align with current building standards. We also request that the methodology for measuring overall height be reconsidered. Calculating the average of all 4 sides often results in homes that look compatible from the street that are then disallowed, and then allowing homes that are not allowed.
I have to.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your 3 minutes there, Suzanne. This is, okay, we're sitting here talking about housing affordability, and 25% of cost are regulatory. We need some streamlining of the processes. I wanted to suggest that we take the streamlining process piece into GNR, if you are okay with that. Why are you smiling at me?
Sure, we may need to schedule additional meetings. I think we have 5 or 6 items right now, so yes.
Well, the good news is I'm not going to suggest we take the setbacks and height to GNR. I was going to suggest that staff sit down and look at this and come back to us. Like, I remember the height issue. There was one home impacted and all the rules changed. And I don't think we looked at the unintended consequences, of which there were many. And then the setback issue, I mean, I think that's a worthwhile question. Why was that changed, and why can't we go back to how we used to do it? Because that seemed to make a lot more sense. So I would like staff to come back to us with remedies for both those situations, and if I guess that's a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of more items here. Stephen Morris.
Greeting, Mayor Baldwin and council members. My church building's address is 8616 1010 Road, Raleigh, 27603. The following will be some selected assorted scriptures. God's word says, "Look to me and be saved, all you ends of the earth, for I am God, and there is no other. I have sworn by myself, the word has gone out of my mouth in righteousness and shall not return, that to me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall take an oath. For you formed my inward parts, you covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my soul knows very well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in secret and skillfully wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Your eyes saw my substance being yet unformed, and in your book they all were written, the days fashioned for me, when as yet there were none of them. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed, for in the image of God he made man. And as for you, be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply in it. Deliver those who are drawn toward death, and hold back those stumbling to the slaughter. If you say, surely we did not know this, does not he who weighs the hearts consider it? He who keeps your soul, does he not know it? And will he not render to each man according to his deeds? Therefore the law was our tutor to bring us to Christ, that we might be justified by faith. For there is no difference, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God set forth as a propitiation by his blood, through faith, to demonstrate his righteousness, because in his forbearance God had passed over the sins that were previously committed, to demonstrate at the present time his righteousness, that he might be just and the justifier of the one who has faith in Jesus. Because we have God's word, we have to obey it. It's our responsibility. Since the Bible teaches that abortion is the killing of human life, the United States must end these killings. I want to ask you, counsel, to dissent from national policy and to outlaw on-demand abortion in Raleigh. Will you call a vote to make Raleigh a sanctuary city for the unborn? I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Dolberg.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin, City Council. I appreciate you letting us speak. My name is Mary Dolberg. My address is 3413 Cherry Lane in Raleigh. Transparency and communication, obviously, is what I wrote as my topic, what I'd like to talk about. It's broad, but I think it goes hand in hand with an overarching issue that has been discussed as recently as the December 17th workshop meeting. When both transparency and communication, they are needed in order to build trust. And the Durham Mayor Schewel spoke about trust being one of the barriers during the communication outreach for the $95 million affordable housing bond. Mayor Baldwin also acknowledged the need at that meeting to create community trust and possibly a commission to help build that as we move forward with the Dix bond and the affordable housing bond. For one person, transparency is as simple as being able to find out, hey, what happened to that issue that I heard my friend went for the council, or a concern that they themselves had or a group had. It's not so much the answer to that, and sometimes it's just the fact that there was an answer, and where do you find that answer? I'd like to suggest that when a group organization makes a donation to the city, whether it's for an art project or a program, that it be revealed that any pending business that they have before the city also be disclosed at that time. Just common sense. You're accepting $10,000 from this person. Oh, by the way, they're building something. Just one example. If somebody wanted to look at the money, if you wanted to look at the Raleigh website and look at the money for the Affordable Housing Fund, there's no way to find out where that money is, how much money has been collected so far, the penny for housing, $1 million donation. Simple people just want a simple accounting for it. They don't need to know all of the ins and outs, but when they say that, oh, we're spending money on that, we'd like to know where it's going. And I think that as an open source city, we should have access to this data. Our websites should be searchable. If you've ever gone on the City of Raleigh website and looked up affordable housing, you cannot find a lot of what myself personally would like to look for. I think that when you look at a website, it should be searchable. Even when you look at the website that was specifically made for the open source city, and that is just a mess. It's called the Open Data Website, and try searching that for something. Even when we find things like on board docs, there's no way to search those results. You can't sort them. I don't care what happened in 2015, but I have to see that as it comes up. So I'm just asking for us to maybe look at some things that maybe will help with some transparency, will help with communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here, Mary. Could we just look on the website and see the affordable housing piece, make sure that we have that properly we're going to have a lot of interest in that, so let's just take a look at that.
Sure, we have to.
Okay, thank you. And next is Curtis Johnson.
He has withdrawn with the schedule for next February 4th, I believe it is.
Okay, now we have matters scheduled for public hearing. This is public nuisance abatement property liens. Who do we have? Is that Bryce?
Well, Mayor, you may just want to read through the list and see if you
If
have anybody
anybody's
here,
here.
and then we can answer questions, would be my suggestion.
So the Mayor Pro Tem isn't here. Could Counselor Stewart just look and see if anybody raises their hands? Just the address, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you're here related to an issue on any of these addresses, please raise your hand. 507 Ashford Street, 2904 Bant Court, 3112 Bean Drive, 1804 Bennett Street, 1121 South Bloodworth Street, 927 Carolina Pines Avenue, 621 Church Street, 1723 Fox Hollow Drive, 704 East Franklin Street, 604 Hadley Road, 1909 Hadley Road, 524 Marble Street, 1310 or 1312 Pool Road, and 4401 Pool Road. Anyone? Okay. Do we have a motion to?
You still need to open the public hearing and then
Yeah.
close it.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. There's no one here to speak. We'll close the public hearing. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We just approved abatements, so I hope you're okay with voting yes.
I am.
Okay. Petition annexation, contiguous inside ETJ. Let's see.
Again, Mayor, you may just want to open the hearing, see if folks are here. Staff has information as backup.
Oh, if anybody needs it, okay. We'll open the hearing. Is there anyone here on this issue? Okay, we'll close the hearing. Motion to approve?
Second.
Anyone?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Good.
Is there an issue?
No, oh, no, you did open the hearing. I was just.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I was double checking.
Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. I see there's no report and no items pending. We're going to have to send some of these GNR items to
I
your,
was gonna say, we can take some work, or not.
well, that, next meeting, we'll start pushing some to you. All right, report and recommendation of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
We meet next Tuesday at 4 o'clock in this room, I believe.
Okay. Then the recommendation is Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Neighborhood, Healthy Community Committee. We will be meeting next Tuesday at 11 a.m. And then I'm asking that we reschedule our next meeting in February to February 18th at 4 p.m. That will be right after our city council meeting. We'll all be here. I'd like to do that. I will not be here the following week, and we have important items on our agenda to get through. So if everybody's okay with that? Okay, so if we could put out notice, clerk, that we are moving that meeting to February 18th at 4 p.m. in the council chambers.
This is your committee.
Yeah. And next we have report and recommendation of the Transportation and Transit Committee.
In the Mayor Pro Tem's absence, I suppose you're stuck with me to report that we are meeting on Thursday at 3 p.m.
Okay, and you're in room 303, correct? I believe.
I believe
Yes.
so. 'Cause there's
Yes,
someone else
for
here.
that meeting. Okay. Now we have the report from the mayor and the council. We had been counting who went where. That's too confusing for me to keep up with. We're going to just start with you, Councilor Stewart, and we will continue to do that.
I have no report.
Okay. Councilor Martin.
No report.
Staff is getting a break this week. Councilor Melton.
I just want to remind everyone that the procedures for public comment, the new ones, go into effect after this meeting. So from now on, to sign up to speak to us during public comments, you can sign up online or by contacting the clerk's office from the moment this meeting ends until 1 hour prior to the next meeting. Our next meeting where we accept public comments is at 7 p.m. So the cutoff time is going to be 6 p.m. on February 4th.
One change, instead of right after the meeting ends so that citizens will have some predictability, we have interpreted that to name a time and say 4 o'clock, so they won't have to keep going back and forth to see if it's open.
So on meeting days, the form goes live at 4 p.m. and you can sign up until 1 hour prior to the next meeting.
And evening at 10?
When the evening meetings adjourn, that start date for the next meeting will start at 10 p.m.
And and it's an evening meeting, then the form opens at 10 p.m. and you sign up until 1 hour prior to the next meeting.
And since this is the first time, if you have problems, call the clerk's office and we'll get you on.
Yes. And I only had one other thing that I wanted to bring up. We have received several comments about whether the city would consider enacting an ordinance for animal shelter during extreme temperatures. There was a public comment that was brought up to the prior council. We all received an email, and there was something in the manager's update. But the city has an ordinance that regulates private pet ownership, and it relates to cats and dogs, just food and water and shelter, that's basic shelter that's required. We do not have an ordinance for extreme weather temperatures as it relates to cats and dogs. Other cities do. And folks keep contacting us about it, so I think it's something that we should at least look into see if it's feasible or not. So what I would like to do, having consulted with the city attorney briefly, is I'd like to direct the city attorney's office to look at whether it's feasible for us to make changes to our animal ordinances to address shelter requirements during extreme temperatures. And I think that the city attorney's office would be best suited to work with the Raleigh Police Department Animal Controls Unit's subject matter experts with an eye on coming up with some recommended policy changes for protecting dogs and cats from extreme outside temperatures.
Do we need a motion on that?
I think so.
That's a motion then. I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Councilor Cox?
I have no report today.
Councilor Buffkin?
A very brief report, Mayor. I've been reflecting, as I'm sure all of you have, on the upcoming challenges we have in dealing with housing affordability issues. And last week there was an announcement of a large senior housing development project off of Overland Road, and I've been thinking about that and thinking about housing affordability in general. And we just saw Mr. Jarvis's report with some land use and regulatory conflicts that might be addressed as part of our efforts this year. And I am generally aware of one particular regulation related to senior housing requiring a minimum lot size of 5 acres. And I understand that this can be burdensome in at least one way, in that it limits the available land that can be used for senior housing. So I'd like to ask that the staff research this issue and identify some opportunities to improve that regulation. If it's appropriate, this could be a part of our land use and regulatory conflicts list that we had just discussed in connection with Mr. Jarvis's presentation, but I'd like to leave enough flexibility for the staff to bring that back to us at an appropriate time with some potential recommendations to make it a little easier to build senior housing and thereby make those units more affordable.
Yes, this was brought up before and addressed by the old council, I should say the former council, and okay.
You
ask the clerk.
Without objection.
Okay, everybody okay with looking at that? Can somebody raise their hand? Everybody okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, we'll go forward, okay? That's going to Mr. Bowers then, correct? Got it. You can hear us okay?
Yeah, could I just affirm, what I heard was to throw it into the existing category as another topic, and then we can bring that back as a part of the package of several changes.
Yeah, that was my first idea. I've been communicating with the staff, and there was a suggestion that, if they get halfway down the road and they decide that that's not the place to bring it back to us, I'd like to have the flexibility to bring it back to us at the right time.
We'll use flexibility to try to consolidate our work.
Great.
How about that?
And
Thank you
that
very
was
much.
not a text change authorization, which would need a motion. Okay, just making sure.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Knight?
No report, Madam Mayor.
It's working again, awesome. Just two things. First, I attended the Martin Luther King wreath laying on Friday morning, and I want to say, it was at Martin Luther King Gardens, the Reverend Dr. James Forbes, who was the pastor emeritus at Riverside Church in New York, the man put on a show, and it was very inspirational and a great way to start Martin Luther King weekend. And it was cold that morning. There were lots of people out there. It was just a wonderful tribute. So I just wanted to recognize him and all the groups that came together to do that. Second, the League of Municipalities, there has an opening on that board. Councilor Crowder was filling that. Now there's an absence. I would like to have Councilor Stewart be our liaison or the board member to that board. Do I need a motion for that?
Yes, and what you would do is make a recommendation to the League of Municipalities that the remaining term of Ms. Crowder be filled by Ms. Stewart.
That's my motion. Someone second it?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, we next have appointments.
And I'm not sure I know how to work this thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The Appearance Commission, you have two vacancies. Mayor Baldwin nominated Will Gaskins. The Board of Adjustment, you have one regular and one alternate. The regular person, Kathy Rudisell, received 7 votes, so would be named your regular member. On the alternate, Stephen Kenny received 5 votes, so would be the alternate. And I think that gives you a full board membership now. Civil Service Commission, no nominees. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 2 vacancies, no nominees. Human Relations Commission, 1 vacancy. Avery Walter received 6 votes, so would be appointed. Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority, 1 vacancy. Dickie Johnson received 5 votes. D. Freeman, 2. Mr. Thompson would be reappointed. The Raleigh Transit Authority, you have 2 vacancies for alternate members. Joshua Gill received 7 votes, so would be appointed, leaving 1 vacancy for an alternate member. Sister Cities, you have 1 vacancy. Councilmember Melton nominated Cody Charlin, I think was correct, so that'll be on the next agenda. Stormwater Management Advisory Commission, you have 1 vacancy and no nominees.
I have a nomination unless Mr. Knight would like to go ahead and make this one.
Go ahead.
Okay. He may want to co-nominate with me. Tyrrell Moore, Tirrill Moore. And I believe he has submitted an application already, so his information should be on file.
And that is stormwater manager.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you co-nominating? Yes. Okay, I'm going to ask that we waive the rules and appoint your nominee.
It's okay either way.
Well, I just made motion to.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next would be nominations. DHIC, the term of Gordon Grubb is expiring. He is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment.
Motion to approve.
Move to reappoint Gordon Grubb to DHIC.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
The next is Human Relations Commission. The term of Melissa Gloria Bixler is expiring. She is eligible for reappointment, but I have not received confirmation from her on her desire, so we'll put that on the next one if it's okay.
Yes, we will hold.
All right, Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, you have one vacancy. The term of Brad Johnson is expiring. He is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
The next is the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Center Authority, and due to our city attorney hiring one of the members, we now have a vacancy. David York was on the board, now city employee, and so you have one vacancy there.
I just want to make a point that we need more diversity on this board. We also need representation from the industry. That was the feedback I got yesterday. Councilor Stewart, do you have a nomination?
Sure. I'd like to nominate Lynn Minges. Is it Minges or
Minges?
Minges?
Yes.
From the CEO, or she's the CEO of the NC Restaurant and Lodging Association.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will be seconding that nomination. I think she'd be a very good member.
Nomination for
Yeah.
any others?
I was just going to spell it for you if you need it.
The next is the Substance Abuse Advisory Commission. The term of Pam Katachuk is expiring. She is eligible for reappointment and would like to be considered for reappointment.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay.
So moved.
Oh, I thought, did you make the motion or you're asking for it?
I was asked.
Sorry. Okay. All
I'll
in
make the
favor?
motion then. So moved.
All right. Jonathan made the motion, Sage seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, that is all for appointments and nominations.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
I don't have anything.
Report and recommendation of the city clerk.
You received several sets of minutes in your agenda packet, the January 7 council meeting and January 14 work session for consideration of approval.
Okay, have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I have a motion to go into closed session. GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to give instructions concerning the handling or the settlement of a potential claim. 113-11A9 to discuss and take action regarding plans to protect public safety as it relates to existing or potential terrorist activity and to receive briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken or to be taken to respond to such activity. That's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Okay. We secured reports and directed staff on the items outlined in the motion to go into closed session. The council voted to refer text changes to Chapter 9 Natural Resources Protection of the UDO to the GNR Committee. A meeting date will be set in accordance with all local provisions. Okay?
no city council meeting tonight, I guess?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
Yes, I'm glad you asked me. Yes. They only have the 11:30 work session and then the 1 o'clock afternoon session.
Okay.
Yeah. They don't have another evening one until February 4th.
First Tuesday of every month?
Yep.
Or they have an evening?
Yep.
Okay. I thought I'd just watch.
Well, come back on February 4th.
All right.
They'll be here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.